Morning, morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How is everybody Saturday?
Rainy.
Let that. So I know we might have needed some assistance with the input field, was it? Oh,
I got it added. Sorry, I wasn't unmuted.
oh, you got it added. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. And everything was working fine for you.
I think so far. Um, I haven't gotten any more errors since I started it.
Okay. Perfect. Did we have just any questions in general about use state, use effect? No.
Not for
Okay.
me.
Well, then with that, we could go ahead and then get right into it. Let me see. Okay, hello, share screen. All right. And we can see my screen all right. Okay, perfect. Okay. So I know um so a little bit today we should be getting some more hands-on experience with some things. I know I was kind of uh walking walking you through it, doing some step by step. So I'll give you some time to work on some things and get used to getting hands on with the JSX and being able to use Tailwind, Daisy and all that fun stuff today. While we'll also be taking on use effect. So Um, a lot of the time when you're gonna see use effect used, you're gonna see it used a lot with making calls to APIs. So yeah, making those API calls. So if you remember in JavaScript, we did we were making some calls to our API. Um we used the API to make a call to our a database, right? Which we're going to be using this API call or the fetch to make an API call to the MillDB, which is the recipe database that we were talking about. So we'll by the end of this class, we'll have instead of pulling our mills from our sample data, we'll be pulling our mills directly from the MillDB API. All right. So another thing we're going to be doing, we're going to be handling loading and error states. So um, we're going to teach you the React way of handling when something is loading and then also when we get some errors returned to us, right? And then also we're going to use that same method we used when we were updating what mills were shown when we did our visible mills. We're going to use a similar method to refetch every time our query changes. So as we are typing in our search bar, we're going to be making new calls to that API to update the list that is returned for us. Okay. And if we don't have any questions about that, go ahead and jump into the first slide. So use effect. Um, it is basically a hook for running side effects after the render, right? So this is what you want to happen once the component uh once the component mounts. So that is when basically once the that is when your component, the component that the use effect is listed in, when that component, when it's its turn to load onto the page, it's gonna load, it's gonna mount, and then that's when use effect is gonna run, right? So uh that's things that you want to happen after you know that the component has mounted, right? You don't want it to run before because then I mean there's no context or anything like that. So it's use effect is really good for handling those type of things. Uh, and then some examples, like I said, fetching. You can just it could be good for starting timers, subscribing to different services like other components or services used within your application, and then also for accessing things outside of the component, which is goes along with the services. Uh, so each, oh well, not each, but use effect has a dependency array that controls when effects rerun, and uh, let's see. So we'll go through those shape. So just like the use effect or use state, you're gonna import it from React. So typically you'll see if you're going to be using a use state and a use effect, you would see them here imported under these same brackets. So what you what we have here is the use effect, which this setup is going to have. So use effect usually going to have two parts, right? It's easier if I show that. Let me do. So in here, I'll go ahead and import. Oop, Okay. So just to simplify it, this is the basic shape of a use effect. Uh, so it's that function, right? So you have the use effect, and then you have that first prop, which is a callback function. So it's a function that you're passing, right? Um, and then the next prop is a dependency array. So you can tell by being separated by this comma, right? Um, so that it could get a little bit confusing at first because the remembering the parts, but if you destructure like a basic function, then it's easier to remember. Because then with the use effect, the basic is gonna be so it'll have, like I said, it's two props. So the first one is a callback function, and then the second one is the dependency array. So that's essentially what it's breaking down to. So a callback function is what you want to happen on that mount, right? So once that component mounts, this function is going to run. And then the dependency array is looking at uh you're passing dependencies into this use effect to tell it what values to watch to run every time these values change. So if we had a const count equals 0, and we wanted this use effect to run every time that our count was updated, then we would put that count in our dependency array. So now every time that this count is updated, then the use effect is going to run. So if I was to have let's say a button. Oh wait, I forgot we're in a return already. We'll do it like this here just to simplify it. But if I was to have a count plus 1, then once this was evaluated, then this use effect would rerun. So every time this count changes, the use effect runs. And then you can have multiple use effects. So if you wanted a use effect to handle the API call, a specific API call, then you would have that. But then you could also have another use effect, as mentioned earlier, just to start to run your timer, and then they would run essentially in order. So as they're going through the call stack, then it would execute that use effect. So I just wanted to give you a basic breakdown of the anatomy of a use effect real quick. Let me get rid of this import. All right. So if we don't have our dependency array, so it's expecting at least one prop, which is going to be the callback function. So you want to make sure that you use the callback function, and you want to make sure you pass the callback function, and then you want to make sure let me see the callback function. Okay, yeah. So, but you don't need a dependency array, is what I'm trying to say. You don't need a dependency array, and if you don't pass a dependency array, it's gonna run every time the component itself renders, right? So when our component is called and rendered, then every time that use effect is gonna run. So it could if you ever have a use effect and you have a function inside a use effect or a API call that's in the use effect and it's just being called like in an infinite loop or something like that, or calling way more than these two, one of the first things you want to look at is to make sure you added your dependency array to your use effect. And then for your use effect with the dependency array, you can have a empty dependency array, which is then going to run only once on mount, right? So it's not going to run every render. It's going to run when that component is mounted. So the first time it appears on screen. But if the values change, if there's values that are changing, then it's not going to re-render, right? Or yeah, the component is going to re-render, but the use effect's not going to rerun. However, like we mentioned earlier, if you add a dependency to your dependency array, then every time that dependency updates, your use effect is going to run, if that makes sense, right? I know it's kind of a lot to take in. Any questions about that? Nope. Okay. And then let me see. Oh, give me 1 second, please. Okay. Let me see. So we are revisiting our sync async and fetch. So as we know, the fetch URL returns a promise that resolves to a response object. And then we're going to use a call that we're going to call the JSON on the response to parse the JSON body. So it returns in JSON, returns the JSON response. And then, so we do this in this method to allow us to wait for that response while the rest of our code executes. So that way, we don't have to, if it's going to be something that's going to take a little bit longer, we don't have to wait for all this data to load and then render the rest of our application, right? We can render everything, and then once we get a response, then we can present that response, that updated response to the page, right? And that's another cool thing about the way React handles things, because it re-renders just that component, right? So once it's updated, it's re-rendered just what changes on the page. So we don't have to, once everything else is loaded, we don't have to worry about um, reloading our page just because our data loaded in. Let's see. Oh, I don't see. Did I?
I have kind of this is probably a ridiculous question. Well, what does mount mean? I just saw it said fetch on mount, and you've mentioned mount a couple of times, and I thought, well, maybe I'll just kind of figure it out. But what does mount mean exactly?
So basically, mount is so that when a component essentially loads for the first time, uh is basically when it's mounting. So it's mounting to the DOM, right? So it's attaching itself, and then so when you are using a component, so we had a component that was dynamically rendered, right? So we were saying, okay, if this thing happens, then we show this compute. If this thing is true, then we show this component. But if it's false, we don't, right? So once it changes from false to true and that component is showing for the first time, then it's going to mount to our DOM. And then vice versa, if it was to go from true to false, then it would unmount. So
Okay.
that's essentially what it means when it's saying mounting. So it's just basically attaching itself to that DOM, and then when you remove it, it's just removing it. It's unmounting from the DOM.
Okay. Okay. I see. And also, I see that I just kind of needed to read because I see you've got it on your slide, but thank you.
Oh no, yeah, yeah, you're fine, you're fine. That is what we're here for. All right. So we'll go ahead and actually draw up. We'll start implementing this into our own code as well. So, all right. So we're using where are we passing? It's our body. Yep. Okay. So where we're pulling or in our body component, where we're pulling in our sample mills is where we're going to replace our sample mills with our fetch, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and import our use effect. And then just to clean it up, we'll go ahead and get rid of our sample mills. Gonna be mad at us for a little bit. So a lot of the time you'll see if you see multiple use states, you'll see them bundled here together at the top. There's no specific rule saying you have to do so, but that's typically industry standard with React. You see a lot of that. But here we're going to go ahead and pull in our use effect. Oh my goodness, I cannot type today. So once we got our use effect, this is when we'll go ahead and use our function. So we are going to use our load mills function. We're going to create a function called load mills. And then if you notice here, it's going to be async. So that async is shorthand for asynchronous. So like I said, to make sure that we're able to load this data and run our other code while we wait for that data to load. So we'll go ahead and do, and then we'll load. All right. So then one thing we got to remember is we want to so normally we're familiar with this fetch method, right? Which is just the fetch, and then we're just passing in the URL that we want to query, right? So right now, the URL we're going to pass is going to have that seafood. Remember, we pull in our sample mill data using the seafood. You'll usually see uh where we are immediately loading the fetch into a response variable. So we want to keep that in mind. Uh, response. Oh, it'd be helpful. That's what I was wanting to do. So I'll go ahead and then I'll pass this. Okay. So I sent that link in the Slack for us that you can copy and add to your fetch. I lost my oh. Okay. All right. So then what's happening is we are awaiting that fetch. Now we're going to, oh yeah, let me await. All right. So now we're telling it, okay, we want that response, but now we're going to tell it that we want that once we get the parse the JSON data from that response, right? We want to, that's going to be in a wait as well. So we want to wait for that to be able to get that JSON response. So to JSON. And then, so once we do that, then we want to make sure, because we are in a function, and then if we're in this function, then it's expecting us to return. So we're going to return that data. Data. Okay. Yeah. So data dot mills. So we return our data and then we return data dot mills. So why are we returning data dot mills? That is because Doug, the string. Okay. So we're returning data.mills because in our response, the very top level is mills. Right. So when we're working with APIs, it's important to understand the expected shape that they're going to be bringing back once we make that API call. So API.mil. So this whole thing is the JSON data. So the whole thing is our data. So we're doing dot notation. We're gonna go data dot mills, and then dot mills is our mills comes out to an array of objects. See, and if this looks familiar, it's because this is the shape that we used when for when we use our sample data. So the string mill thumb, the ID. We just didn't use the area and the country, right? But that's one of the things with being able to access APIs. You get to pick and choose which of the data that you want to show, right? If we only want to show only the mills, the names, then we can access that, right? And we don't have to get all of this, but we can also go through and get everything, right? Um, I don't know if y'all remember a method off the top of your head that if we wanted to go through and just return every uh well actually no, this is the object, so that method wouldn't work. But so I'll just tell you, so what they since this is the object, normally like if it was an array, you would be able to use the map to go through each item and then return it. But since this is an object, there's another method for that. And then uh once we get to that, I'll show y'all that one because it's something that trips people up a lot as well. Uh, myself included when I first started, is being able to access all of the items in the object. But that's just the basic shape of what you're expecting from this API, right? Um, so one of the things that I'm hoping that we can learn from this is like things to notice while we're working with like different APIs, because like I said, some APIs are a little bit more polished and they're more clean, quote unquote, than the other ones. This is a free API, and it's kind of it has a more loose structure, is what I'm looking to say. But like I said, this is the string mill. Like I said, it's not necessarily clear on first sight. Like, well, on our last class, I said it's not necessarily clear when you first look at it what string mill is going to be until you actually look at it and you say, okay, that's probably the name of the mill. Okay. So that's why we're returning the data.mills. And then one thing we can do if you wanted to, so right now we're not rendering it, but if you wanted to um check, you could console log your data because right now it's not rendering anything. It's not showing for. Oh, okay. Well, there's another reason why it's not going to show yet, but can anybody see the reason? So I got my function, and then I got my logic inside my function. But I never actually called the function. So I declared the function, but I never called it. And then those are some issues you run into. These are like just small little quirks that you tend to do as a developer that like everybody goes through. Like last time I forgot when I put it in brackets instead of the implicit return, and I was expecting a return, but I didn't have a return statement. This instance, I just forgot to call. I declared the function, I just forgot to call it. So let's see. And it's still not showing for us. I want the decimal DB. Oh, add a little dependency array. Man, it is really fighting with me right now. What am I missing here? We got our use effect. We're declaring our use effect and our body. So when, hold up, let me make sure we're still calling our body. Visible mills is being called. Okay. So it was erroring out because visible mills was declared. But now right here, you can see that in our console log. Oh, maybe I was doing that too fast. But if you need to see what was done, get that out the way. So if you need to see what's done, I removed so visible mills was being called here, but it wasn't there was no import for it. So I just replaced mills with the empty array in our mills list, or for the time being, you can just get rid of mills list if you like. Um, and then I went ahead and added the dependency array to our use effect so that it only calls one time. And then in the console, you should be able to see our query to all our seafood.
Do you mind putting your code back on just for a couple of minutes?
Oh, no worries. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, so I think I found that I am missing a meal list somehow. Do you have specific coding for that
Uh
I must have missed in the video?
oh, like the mill list component itself?
Yes.
Yes. So I do. I can. So it's just using our mill card. I can just share it in the
Okay.
Slack with you, and then you just create a mill list.jsx component for it.
Okay.
Okay. So let me. So I got that. Sorry, I went back to the code for you, and then let me go to share that. Make sure I share that as a code block. Okay, I shared it in the Slack for you.
Thank you.
Of course. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, how are we coming along?
I've got an extra closing tag that I'm trying to figure out where that goes. But once I figure that out, then we'll see where I'm at.
Gotcha. And if you need any help at all, just let me know.
Okay. So you know that closing tag on the end of meal list meals?
Yes.
I where does that come from? Like I'm putting that there and my VS Code is mad about it.
And you have the mills with the empty array?
I do.
Okay. Let me, if you don't mind sharing your screen real quick.
I don't mind at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold up my VS. Okay. My. Oh, we're missing the front of it. And
Okay, where does that go?
it goes right
Oops.
where the mill
Oh,
list
that's
is.
not meant to do. Okay. Stop it. Okay.
Yeah, and then mill list should be capitalized. So yeah, it'd be the and then the opening tag should be right to the left of the mill list.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
it's like its own self-closing little component.
Okay. Oops. Hopefully tried to give me some direction there. Okay. Okay. Now I see that that went away.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. So we will see we because I know it can be a little bit weird using using it that way, that little component, but we will see uh that shape where it looks like a regular element. Oops. Where it looks like a regular element where the component might have children that will like pass through it or use under it and all that stuff. So we'll get to see that shape as well. So it's a little confusing dealing with it like that way, but
I do have one more question actually too, and this may be the same thing that
Mhm.
Elizabeth was having issues with. I am getting this thing saying that the file doesn't exist, and so I seem to be missing perhaps whatever that was too. And I was not paying attention whenever you were showing her how to fix that because I was fooling with my
Oh,
other error.
the mill list itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did share the code, so
Okay.
you would just actually let me see that. You mind sharing your screen again?
Not at all. Okay.
Hold up.
Um, okay.
Let me see. Okay. Yep, we are missing the mill list.
Okay.
Oh,
I wish
hold up.
this would
Let me
stop doing that.
go back to it because it looked like it was where is it being imported from? Oh, it must have because it looks like you had it at one point maybe, or did you
I
just
think
manually type in?
I think I did, but I'm not sure, where it's gone at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why when I try and make it work, like I get this error.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, it's because it thinks it's in that same folder, but it's not. So I just wanted to
Okay.
double check. So what we would
Okay.
do is I posted that code in the Slack already, so you
Okay.
could just create the milcard.jsx and then yeah, post it in there.
Okay. All right. And so where does this go in this
So
code?
you would create a new component in
Okay.
your
Oh,
component folder.
okay.
Yeah, it'll be its own it'll be its own
Did you
component.
say it was called meal card or
Mill list. So mill
meal
list is
list?
gonna
Okay.
use yeah, mill
I
card.
understand. Okay.
Yep,
Meal
new file.
list. List. Dot JS. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now.
And then so one thing I don't know, I don't remember. It probably will. So my import that you got from me is
Hmm.
the file mill cart is uh capitalized. The mill is
Okay.
capitalized, so you might want to
Okay.
change that mill to match the one in your import. Because the way you have it
Okay.
right there is fine. You can leave it like that.
Okay.
If that's how you prefer, you can do that. But just the import itself on the top of the file, you want to change it the mill card, telling it the file. So where it says
Okay.
import mill card from, and then the one in the string,
Hmm.
you're gonna want to yeah use a lowercase m for that
Gotcha. Okay.
to match how it is in your with your file name,
Okay. Okay.
and then that should resolve that error.
Okay.
Cool beans.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Somehow got my setting all screwed up. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. All right.
Derek, can you share the top of your body.jsx so that I can make sure I have all my imports listed correctly?
I sure can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. All right. Everybody good on that? Perfect. Oopsie. All right. So now we see we're getting all our meals, and then that's one of the good things about the dev tools is because it makes it look a lot more pretty than it does if you just do the browser, and it gives you the index of each item, right? So it's a good visualization tool as well. All right. All right. So now that we got our data, we're returning our data, and then we are calling that data. Um, so the fetch amount. So the use effect itself can't be because it's a React use hook, so it can't be async itself. So we define that in the AC a function within use effect. Um, and then so one thing that we can do, what you're gonna do is because we're getting this data using our use effect. Now, what are we gonna do with that data? So, typically what you're gonna see is once we load that data, once we get that data, we wanna set it, right? As in a use state. So that way we capture all that data and then we save it in our state. So that way we can use it throughout our component, right? Our component. So what we're going to do here is we can go ahead and get rid of this console log. These tooltips are trying to stop me. Okay. So, and then one thing I do want to keep in mind, as you can see here, when you want to keep in mind, like if you're going to be returning data, so you want to be aware of when you need to return data and when you don't. So with this function, we're going to be setting our use state to equal the mills, right? So one of the things you want to be aware of is you don't necessarily need to return the data. It's not really going to break anything if you do return the data and you do set the state. But because then like if you were to call load mills, like we were to call load mills into something, then it would return that data from that call. But here we really don't need that, so we could just get rid of that return statement. And then just to make it more, so what was it? We're gonna keep our query because we're gonna use that for something else. But then we're gonna create a new use state. We're gonna do our mills use state. So we're gonna declare it as mills, and then we're gonna use it as set mills. And then since we're expecting our mills to be an array of objects, we're gonna set our default as an array. So this can be a good reminder. I need to turn these tooltips off. This can be a good reminder, like setting it as a default is also a good reminder to tell you what you were expecting from that use state as well. So then once we got our use state set up, we want to set our mills. We good on that? Need a couple more seconds? Okay, we're all good. All right. So one thing we can do, we've seen that there were 75 items that we returned from our query. So we'll go ahead and just for now return meals to our meals list. And then we'll see what happens. Okay. So we passed our meals into our meals list, and then we should get um our we should get a list of different items, right? So we originally connected our meals list. See, as you can see, it's a lot more than when we did our sample data, right? So this is all coming from the API. The images are coming from the API, the names coming from the API, but for whatever reason, we're not getting the category. So the category must have been slightly different than what we expected. So you should see some meals returned on your page once you update it.
I'm sorry, once again, the
No
last
worries.
thing that you put on your code, the return part, I just needed to see where to put that.
Where we put the meals. So we're getting our meals,
Okay.
and then we're passing it into our meals list. The meals, uh, yeah, the meals prop. We're doing the meals. So the meals that we get. Okay, I kind of walk through what's going on here. So on mount, when our component first attaches to the DOM, we are doing this use effect. It's running this async function, and it is making this API call. It's setting data to this API call, and then we are setting our meal use state to the JSON response of that API call for all the meals. So we're setting it, and then we're making the call. We're calling that function, and then it's running, and then so once it's set, it is going to update the meals from a empty array to the array with the data that we were expecting from the API. So since this meals was originally a empty array, is now array from the data from the API call. So is going to re-render. So that re-render happens. You probably don't notice it, but it happens. And then it is loading all that data and it's calling this component with that data. All right. Were you able to get that return? Perfect. Perfect. All right. Any questions about what we got so far? Any confusion? Anything like that? I know it's still a little bit to take in, but I know at this point it's probably all making a little bit more sense to you, especially what we've already done in the past, and then seeing how it all links together. But if there, that's what this class for. I'm making sure I'm accounting for any time that we might need to, any addressing any questions or addressing any issues. That's also why I like to do it the way I'm doing this, because like sometimes I'll run into bugs and you can see like how I'm figuring out the issues that we're running into as well as we go along, because those are common pitfalls that you'll see a lot of time while you're developing. It's just par for the course, like I said, just to see that, so that you can see that it's normal and it's not just you, it's even me who's been doing this for a few years, right? So, okay. I always lose my mouse. All right. So we got that, but one thing you'll notice is uh our search isn't working, right? Because we had that whole complex uh function for how we were, yeah, method for how we were querying. We were using the use state to watch the query and then update the query every time we type. We still have that, so that query is still being updated because we have that input, right? That query is still being updated, but we're just not doing anything with it, which is fine for now. But we will be doing something with it here soon. All right. So now that we got our mills being rendered dynamically, one of the things mentioned is the loading state. So you can use this to set your loading state, right? So that you want to show, because you don't want uh it's a best UI practice, right? You don't want, if you got data loading and it's taking however long to load, you don't want people to think that something's wrong with your website. You want them to know that, yeah, this is actually normal, but something's going on in the back end to get that data for you, right? So we have our loading state, because if you were to load in an application and it was just a blank white screen, you'd be like, oh, something's wrong with this application. So we have our loading state to tell the user, hey, nothing's wrong, I'm just loading. So one method you can see for that is, depending on the component, uh you might have a component that by default starts in a loading state. So if your component is dependent on a fetch call, by default, right, it's going to be in a loading state. Uh, so what you see here is we have our loading state, our use state. So we're setting this loaded, and by default it's starting in true. So now what we're doing is we're, since it's already in true, it's already in loading state, we're not changing anything until after our set mills, until after we set our mills. Once our mills have been set, then we're going to set our loading state to false to tell it that it's done loading. So, okay, we're done loading, set is loading, false. And then, of course, we're going to call that function. But now here, we are dynamically rendering uh, our elements, right? So this little shorthand is just a way to tell it, hey, if it is in loading state, show this. But if it's not in a loading state, then we're gonna return our mill list, right? So that's all this is doing. Uh, so you see this a lot because you're probably used to a if statement having the whole if is loading equals, you might be used to having it like is equals blah blah, but since it's already a boolean, we don't have to do evaluate it against anything. We can just take its actual value. So if is loading, that's why you see the is loading. um that's pretty helpful when you're coding, to use naming conventions that are pretty semantic for what you're doing, right? So if you're checking if it is loading, so I want to know if this is loading, you can give it a similar name. So is loading. So is it loading? Is very basic, up straight, and you know exactly what you're checking for just by looking at it, right? So if if it is loading, then this is what I want to return. If not, then this is what I want to return. So it doesn't look like it because you think that it's going to return both, but it's going to remember we're in a function, right? And one thing to remember about functions is they break on the first. I say break. That won't say they end on the first return statement. So the first return statement it recognizes it's not going to process any more code after that return statement. So we're in this function. We see a return statement. We're going to return this, and then that's where we start. We're not going to return anything else after that. That's why. That's how it knows um, to uh, to not render that mills list if it's still loading. However, if it's not, so if it's loading false, we're not going to return this statement. So we're going to ignore that one because it's not false. So we don't meet these conditions. So we're not going to evaluate that. We're going to go on to the next line, which is a return statement. And then we're going to return our mills list. So we'll go ahead and implement that in our own code. So we're going to do a const is loading, then set is loading. And we're going to be use state a Boolean of true. And then once we got that, so we after our set meal, so once our meal set meals has been our meals has been set, then we want to go ahead and set our is loading to false. Do it in a way. Sorry. And then we got once. So we got our set is loading, right? We set our is loading state. Okay. So one thing you'll notice here is um this isn't necessarily how our current code is set up, right? We can't just use a simple return statement how this is doing it. Because we already have this return statement, right? So we could do the is loading. I don't think that's fine. Okay. So you see it really quickly, right? It's that fast. Loading, right? So but we see it works. So it's loading. We could even put something. You can put whatever you want for the loading mills. I did the but another way a way that we've seen before is though that those tertiary operators. So we've seen this before where we want to do some conditional logic, right? So instead of replacing the whole DOM loading the mills because we have our input, right? We might have other elements that don't depend on whether the mills list is rendered or not. So one thing we can do is if we get rid of this if statement here, we can do it this way. So instead we'll do our curly braces, right? Because if we're doing like inline code, we usually escape it with the curly braces. So we're going to do our ternary operator, which is going to be is loading, and then it's going to be the one with the question mark, right? So that's telling it that we're looking for we're going to be doing our basically our if else statement, right? So if it is loading, the first statement is going to be what we want to return if it's true. So because we're in here, we're going to do a p. So if it's true, we want to return loading mills. But then if not, we want to return our mill list. These tooltips are the worst sometimes. And then we can get rid of this mills list. Dude, we got that. Okay. So now we should see the same thing. Okay, you can see it's a lot smaller now, but you see the loading mills in the middle of the screen. So we refresh. Uh-oh. Oh goodness. Okay. For one thing, sorry. We got the code. We're good on the code. Okay. Here, one thing. I always forget how to do this. It's a very simple thing. Here, I'll show you. Because I want to be able to show you the loading state, but I always forget uh the delay. I always forget how to JavaScript delay so that you can see how I look these things up. It's just done. The set timeout. Okay. So, so what I'm trying to do here is simulate a longer API call, right? So sometimes I always forget the set timeout call. Um, So you can use a set timeout if you want to like test your loading state or something like that. You can use a set timeout to do so. So I'm gonna take the set timeout and then I'm gonna add it because we're waiting on this. We're gonna be doing this, right? So I'm gonna do a set timeout and then we'll do you don't have to follow along with this one if you don't want to. I'm just demonstrating the loading state. And then is it yeah, it's just a number. Making sure it wasn't an array or anything. And then 3 seconds. All right. So now it should wait 3 seconds. That was not 3 seconds. So did I got the right amount? In fact, let's do it like this. I'm gonna call it in here. I'll just do that. There it goes. So that little delay gives it that feel like it's actually loading like a longer call, right? So you can see here it's loading the mills. So I just wanted to demonstrate that just to show that the way we have it set up here is accurate and it's going to render correctly, right? So still, even when this updates, because it is a it's also a use state. So like I said, anytime anything like any part of a component changes, it's gonna re-render that part of the DOM, right? So even if it's something that's based on a condition, like a Boolean or something like that, then it's still going to re-render it as well. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that set timeout, so we don't forget about it. But that is what we're gonna use to simulate our not simulate, I'm sorry, but that's the how we're gonna use to render our component, right? Any questions about that? No, pretty straightforward. Okay. And if you feel like I'm moving too fast or anything like that, just let me know. Don't hesitate. I want to make sure I'm moving on a good pace for everybody. Uh, like I said, I try to allot us some extra time so we can work on our own stuff, but as well as address questions, anything like that. And I know y'all been pretty good about, if you need something, you let me know, but I just want to make sure, it's reiterated. So we got our loading state, um, and we got our component conditionally rendered based on whether we're in a loading state or not. All right. So now, uh, we will also want to handle our error state, right? So if we were to get an error, we want to be able to handle our error gracefully because, as you seen, that if you don't handle errors, as you seen earlier when we weren't, or we had that issue with our mill list because we're not handling that error gracefully, it just it just errored out our whole page, right? So if you handle errors gracefully, it prevents that from happening. So this, for instance, instead of if this component was to error out, instead of the whole page um airing out, it's just gonna handle this error on the component. Right now we're handling this error on a component level. Um at some point we are gonna get into handling errors on a global level so they don't crash our page, even if we're not handling them on a component level, right? But for now, this is how we're gonna handle our error state with our mills because sometimes APIs they just fail, right? For whatever reason, they just fail. So one thing we're gonna do is we want to catch what that error was, what happened when it did fall, right? So just to give you a basic look at this one, what's happening here is we're setting our mills, right, like normal, um, and then we're gonna do our catch. So you're gonna see the catch for when you want to handle error. So it's a catch an error, um, and then you're gonna pass this error. It doesn't have to be error. It can be. It's just to tell you that you're catching errors here, right? Um, you might see a E. Um, you might see an error. You might see error typed all the way out. It depends, like what the code base is that you're working on, or your personal preference. Uh, and then so here we got this error. We caught this error, right? So catch is telling if there's an error, we're gonna catch that error, and then set error because we have this use state that we set with the error. So error set error. We're setting our error to that error, and then finally, so we have a finally. So a finally is just like uh regardless of whether because this is a try. Okay, I forgot to mention. So this is a try catch. Um, a try catch is you usually see this a lot when you're working with APIs because, like I said, they might fail. So a try is you're gonna try basically right to do this. So it's gonna do the fetch. So you got the try, you got your code that you want to run in your try, and you usually see it's usually in an async, right? It's always gonna be in an async. Uh, well, not always gonna be in an async, but it's gonna usually be in an async. So you got your try, and then so you're trying that code, and then it's successful. It's just gonna go. It's gonna go work as expected. However, if there's an error within this try, it's gonna pass that error to the catch. Uh, and then we're gonna run our code that we want to happen when an error occurs. And then the finally, so what the finally is telling it that regardless of whether it passes or fails, we want to run this either way, right? So that's all that is telling it. So whether it succeeds or fails, then we want to set is loading false, right? So that's how, because in our current example, if it was to fail, then it would just fail out and it wouldn't set the state to uh, false. It wouldn't set the loading state to false. So we'd be stuck in that loading state, and it could be confusing if we don't know if we're setting a loading state because there's an error, or it's just if it's just data too long, too large, or something like that, right? It doesn't exactly really tell us what's going on. All right, so we'll go ahead and implement our loading state, our is error state. So same thing is going to be error and then set error. And then no. All right. So now we got our code. So we want to handle it. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this in a try catch. So one thing you can do, uh, yeah, one thing you can do is you can, let's see if it'll work here. Oh, hold up. I gotta click on it again. My computer got confused. All right, you can, um, so if you highlight text like this, like text blocks or anything like that, you can typically, if you were doing like a curly brace or putting them in like array brackets or anything like that, you can highlight them and then you can typically hit that and it didn't work. Ooh, maybe not with this one. Like, so it did it with the array. Hold up. Oh no. Okay. I was wrong about the brackets. We don't have it easy, but so an easy way you can do it is you can either just however you prefer, just um cut it, copy it, or however you want to do it. I'm gonna just cut it, and then I'm just gonna paste it back in there. All right. So I got that in there, and then we want our catch with our error, and then on an error we want to set our error to our error. We're just going to set it to our full error. So some errors might have different different makeups. Usually in a try catch, it's gonna be like um, well, in the fetch, you're gonna have like your error dot status, your error dot message, all that stuff. So here, um, this is what we're doing with that is we're just taking the full error uh object and then passing it to our set error, our error state, and then in our finally, we're gonna add our set is loading. Oh, sorry. All right, we're good on that. Uh, oh, excuse me. So that's just a. Oh, I keep mixing up my monitors. Okay, and then that's just an example of how we handle errors. So then here, if we have an error, you can conditionally render, showing an error as well. So one thing we could do with that is you can also um, nest your trainer operators, right? So we know if it is loading, we want to show loading mills. But once it is done loading, um, do we can either show our mills list or our error, like an error message or text or something like that. So we could even do these. Who do we have it? Just error. Okay, we have it. It's just error. So if I want to say error, we just do error, and then so this is the statement if it's true. So we want if it's true, we wanted to do that. And then it can get a little crazy if you do too many ternary operators getting all nested in. Normally you wanna start handling that logic outside of the JSX because there's ways you can handle this exact makeup outside of you know outside of the return statement, and then you can just return one nice little component or variable to handle that. All right. Oh, are we still working on that? No worries, no worries. All good. We all good on that? Need a little bit more time. Okay. Sorry. All right. On to the next. Uh, so with this, uh, I'll give us from now until the break, just to because like I said, we haven't really had much hands-on experience with working with the JSX and all that stuff like that, right? So just want to give you some practice with it. So what you'll do using the Tailwind and the Daisy UI, you can just go in and uh style what we have so far. Let me make sure. We should okay. Yeah. So we have here we have our meal cards. I forgot the word meal for a second, even though it was right in front of my face. So our meal cards. We got our meal cards, and then so we'll go ahead and we can style our loading state. I will tell you so So I will load components and tailwindcss.com. Okay. Okay. So I will share both of these in the Slack real quick. Also, I'm gonna be pinning these because I'll bookmark these so they're they're more easily reference words today referenceable. But I'm gonna pin I'm gonna bookmark these. I'm also gonna bookmark the GitHub to our uh curriculum code. So anything that we work on, you have access to directly in the GitHub. So if you have any questions or you get lost somewhere, you can have a reference as well. Um, but before you get started on this, I just wanted to show you what is it? So with Daisy. So Daisy all even has their like if you want to replace it with a spinner, right? Daisy has their spinner component. So you can use a spinner component. And then I do there's all kind of different things you can because this is what we are using for our mill components, right? Right. Mill car components. So remember you'll be using the JSX. So if you're needing the reference code, you'll be using the JSX. Uh, so and it's just to make a spinner is just that easy, right? So like so just for reference. And if you want to be able to search things in Tailwind in Daisy, if you're on Mac, you can use the command uh K, the command K shortcut. If you're on Windows, it's the Control K. But then you can for Daisy and Tailwind, you can do the same thing, but then you can type what you're looking for, right? Uh, so there's different components. So just to get some familiarity with just working within them. Um, but Tailwind is oh did I oops, I'm sorry, I sent you the installation. Let me send you the document. Yeah, you can go to the installation, but you'll come wrong thing. You'll come down and then you'll look you can find different things like Flexbox. So if you're wanting to do text color, things like that, 'cause I believe the like for instance the Daisy loading spinner, you should be able to change it with the maybe the text color. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's the same thing. You can use the Control K. So if you know what you're trying to do, like if you want to do like the font size, right? You can do font size, and it'll take you there. But I'll give you well, any questions before we start with the practice?
I have one. The code, so the code that we get there, do we put that in the like in the mealcard.jsx file? Is that where that code gets placed or where does that get placed?
Good question. So that code, for example, if we were gonna do a loader, maybe it's loading. So we're gonna do so typically you'll look at it. So it's gonna be in the class name, and then so you it's gonna be in the element of the component that you want to affect, right? So for this instance, we are loading right here. See this loading mills. Um, you could even, for instance, for the loading, you could even do the class name. I don't want to say it was loading. So loading spinner, and then the loading size. So loading spinner, and then loading, and then we'll do large. I think it's large. Yep. So large. And then if you want to if you want to be able to test your like the loading, I can also share the set timeout function, so that way you can be able to do that as well. Um, so I'll do it right here, and then we'll always forget to. And then it's a millisecond, so 1,000 seconds equals 1 second. So you just really need some time to really look at it. Like we'll do 5,000, so that gives it 5 seconds, and then we should see why it is not. For some reason. Oh, cause it's no, cause even if it's finally that is loading false, and it should. Is it because? I think it's because. There it goes. So then you can see that loading spinner working. So, oh, oops. So I will share. You can just put this in the finally block, right? But just remember, if you want to get rid of the set, the time. Oh, hold up. Let me put that in full block. Okay. So, just remember, if you want to get rid of it, it's just simple. Get rid of everything else around it. But and then leave the set is loading to false. But you could, but this is just if you wanted to like test your loading state. That's a way to do it. But you can even, cause like one thing you notice, like when it's setting, it's loading, the search is our input is just like directly next to it. But you can style your input if you want to. You can style your loading state, all that. Um, what time is it? Does that answer your question? I should say. I went into like you asked me a simple question, and I went into like a whole thing.
Yes, kind of. I was wondering, like, putting that code in the Daisy UI code, like the meal card styling too,
Mm.
um, does that go also in this body.jsx file, or does that go in like the meal card.jsx file?
So the answer for that is it's component specific, right? So we are so what we're editing is affecting, in this case, the body. Like if you're editing the loading state, then that's in the
Mhm.
body. So you'll do like the loading spinners right here in this p tag, in this class name. Um, I'm sorry, you're asking about the. the styling, right? So like for instance, if we wanted to only style the way the cards look, then you would
Uh-huh.
go to the mill card just to change that, like the particular mill card, how the mill card looks.
Okay.
But
Okay.
if you
And the body, header, and footer, those are all components of the meal card itself. Is that right?
No, the mill card is
Or
its
the
own
web
separate
page?
component.
Okay.
The body, so the body is in the app JX. So if you wanted to change like the full page, they all come, how like kind of like how we track, they come in uh like, so it's the app and we're calling it in the app and then it's going inside of that one. So like if you wanted to, like, here you can like make this a div and then you can change the whole like app. So everything that's rendered in the page will be changed here, right? So like if I wanted to change the text to green 900, see it changes
Oh,
all the text and all its children components, right? So
okay.
like if you were only wanting to change it in the card, then you wouldn't want to change it here in the app because it's gonna change it in all of them by default.
Okay. Okay.
If that makes sense. But
Yeah, I'm realizing I need to sort of figure out how it's almost like I need a little map that
yeah.
shows me what it goes where and such. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why when we went like on the first class, like we went
Yeah.
over the body. Like I told you, even with that, it's still gonna take some getting used to. You gotta. So that's why I wanted you to get some practice, because when you get hands on, you're like, wait a minute, that's not what I expected. And you gotta start orienting yourself. It takes a while getting used to that type of stuff. So don't don't feel don't feel like you gotta rush to knowing it or anything. Like, it just takes some getting used to.
I believe it. Okay.
Okay, but that
Thank
does answer
you.
your question, right?
Yeah, yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
perfect. Okay, so there's not much time, so I'll give us probably. So I'll give us 15 minutes, right, till till the break time. Well, 17 minutes till the break time, and then after that, we'll take a little break, and then we'll probably come back in and we'll work on it a little bit more, and then go into the next items. If that sounds good to everybody. Perfect. And then I'll be here, so if you need anything at all, just let me know. All right. It is 12 o'clock. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing pretty good, just navigating the search and what I want
Okay.
to add and stuff like that.
Okay. Um, well, if you like, I can give y'all a couple more minutes to do that, or if you want to go and take a break. Um, what time? It is 12, so it's 12 o'clock. So if you like, yeah, it'd be a good time. Go ahead and take a break. So I'll give us a little break. How's that sound?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. I think we can be back at what time is it? 12:25. There.
See you guys soon.
All right. See you. Thank you. All right. How was our break? Okay, let's see. Okay, is all of our code in a workable state? I know we working on some.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I figured, I know I mentioned that possibly finishing up on some things, but I think we can get through this real quick and then we can finish working on the um our working on styling our application, all that stuff. Um, so I'll go ahead and go on with that. Okay. All right. So the next thing is the MillDB search endpoint. So the MillDB actually has its own search endpoint, similar to how we were querying, right, on ours. So if we were to go and then pretty print, so this is as a result from the search. So we have one item, right? But if we were to get rid of it until there was like two letters, then we get a bigger response. So a much larger response. See, so our MillDB actually has a search endpoint that we're going to take advantage of. And you can probably see where this is kind of going in that regard because we had our query state that we were using that was based on our input field. And now what we're going to do is we're going to wire that up to connect to uh the endpoint to so we're going to instead of it just filtering out the results from our sample data, we're actually going to be pulling in the real results from the actual search endpoint from the MillDB. And then, yeah, so then an example is if we have empty. All right. So wasn't maybe that was there because I thought empty search brought nothing back, but hold up. It's S equals search. Okay. Well, I guess it does bring something back. Okay. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna wire the search to the to the API. But so what we're going to do is now we're going to incorporate our query. So from our example here, um right here, it's this is basically a check, right? So a lot of the times you'll see like a if as a basic check instead of like using that as a conditional, like render or anything like that. Sometimes it might just be a basic check, right? So like in this instance, uh if it's not query, so if it's not a query, then it's gonna return nothing. So empty string is going to return a uh falsy value. So that's why it's looking, even though we defaulted our query to an empty string, it's still going to evaluate it as a falsy value. So that means it's going to see it as it not being a value, if that makes sense, right? So that's why, and that the same goes for like empty arrays and empty objects. So they are um valid, they're valid values, but they're falsy values, right? So that's a way. I know we had talked about it in the past. That is a way for the system to be able to identify that, okay, that is a valid value. It's just falsy in the sense that it doesn't have any values in it that we expected. So if you get an empty string, especially if you were expecting like a string back with some words in it, right? Then an empty string indicates, okay, this is a valid value, but it doesn't have the any values that we were looking for. Same with an array, right? And objects as well. So the remember the exclamation point before means that it's not so not query. So it's looking for, if it's not a query, then we're gonna return nothing, right? So it's gonna be an empty return. So if it's not a query, we're not gonna waste resources in going and do a fetch when we don't have anything that we're querying for. And then, which that's for an example, I don't think we're going to do it that way, because what we really want to happen is, if it's not a query, it looks like from the API, if it's an empty string, then it's just going to return back some random items that, not necessarily sure they're random, but uh, uh, but that would be something that we would do. We would look at the documentation and then we'll determine how that is handled, because that's important as well. So then we're gonna have all basically the same anatomy that we had. We got the data awaiting from the response.json, but here in the set mills, what we're doing is data.mills, and then or empty array. Um, so the reason for that is so that's not necessary because we respect it. Because I don't know how I got that, but I was expecting that if it was empty, that we would, or yeah. So it is, no, never mind. So that's what it is. So okay, so we are handling this just in case whatever query that we type in doesn't return a value. We want to make sure that it's returning an empty array. Even though we believe the API is going to return an empty array anyway, we want to make sure that we're bringing that empty array back, because we just want to be sure. So it's just like a additional thing just to make sure, because for whatever reason, if it doesn't return it, then it won't break um our code. Less likely to break our code. And then here, as you can see, now we added the query to our dependency array. So now we're telling our use effect that every time our query changes, we're gonna run this use effect. Yeah, we're gonna run this block of code in the use effect. Now it seems like a lot, because if you type a word with 7 characters, well then this is gonna start 7 different API calls, right? Um, so there are ways to prevent that, to handle that. One technique is called debouncing, and it's a way to, so that you type in things and it is going to handle anytime there's a change while it's in a waiting period before it actually makes a fetch call. All right. And then it's just everything else is pretty much similar. So you see how we set up the foundation for this, and then we'll be able to easily just make these changes and then have that search function inside of our component. So we'll go ahead and implement that. Any questions before we get started on this? So we already have our query use state. What we're wanting to do is we are wanting to, so we have, so right now that's a C. So after the question mark, we're going to actually replace it. We'll get rid of that. So the question mark tells, remember the question mark tells our, so we got our URL and the question mark tells it that these are our query parameters. So what we're trying to query for. So this one is going to be our search. So search is represented by S. So we're going to be S equals, and then query parameters are usually like these. It's usually like your query parameter. In this case, is the S for search, and then it's going to be equals. So then, so whatever you are searching for in this case, but we want our search to be dynamic, which is going to be based on the query. So what we'll do is we'll do the brackets, and then we'll do query. But notice it's still uh it still looks like a regular string. What do we have to do to make this valid? Well, for it to evaluate that, we just go ahead and put in, hold up. Oh wait, I might be thinking of it. Actually, so in strings, because we are in a use effect. Okay, no, that's right. We should be able to do our backticks. And then there it goes. So I think why was okay. So right. So this is the shape you'll see anytime we want to use any of our um, constants, variables, or anything like that. We're gonna have them encapsulate in these backticks, and then with the dollar sign, and then the curly braces, and then the variable. So right now, this is going to fetch based on our query, right? So this query is essentially doing the same thing that our filter was doing, right? It has the it's comparing the strings so from our query, and it's taking that and it's including it, it's finding all those recipes that have our string in it and then returning them. So for an example, in our use state, if I was to default it with let's do BAN, and then we go, oh, I still have that delay. Get rid of this. Get rid of this delay. Okay. Actually, let me make sure. So one thing I definitely want to check. So this is our search. And then here I typed in BAN for our default. So this is what we should be expecting. We're still getting the mills and then the array of objects. So this is along the lines of what we should be expecting. But right now, I am not getting anything. And there's an error that's causing the whole page to not render. So it still tells us, so an error occurred in the mill list component. And then let's see what error we getting. Failed to reload body syntax error, uncalled type error mills.map is not a function at mill list. So it's coming to the mill list, mill.map. I changed the query. So hold on, so I'm gonna check the shape. So we're getting the data dot mills, and it's going in array objects. So usually when you see like the mills dot map is not a function at mill list, is usually, oops, at least in my experience, uh, is usually like an indicator that the data that is coming back isn't what was expected or um or something along those lines. So it might be, oh, because it's still in filter. Oops, I forgot to change. So the filter.php, I'm on so I forgot. So they do it a little weird because it's the whole URL. So I'm just gonna go ahead and so it's still the JSON version 1.1. Okay. So I'll go ahead and update this one. So it needs to be search. So yeah, usually like if you see like if you have something that you were expecting to work and you change something that really shouldn't have broke it, then it's usually like maybe like the way like usually like issue with the fetch call because sometimes you might access an API and instead of it erroring out, it might just give you like a response that is an error, but it returns a 200 code. So that's completely possible. We can see what it would have gave us. See, so it didn't give me an error, but it returned and then no data found. So this is a string, and because it's a string, we were expecting an array. Uh, when you try to do a map on anything that's not an array, you're gonna get that type of error. So that's why we were getting that. So usually, like if you see like a map issue like that when it was working previously, then yeah, you're getting some data that you didn't expect, or especially a data type. Okay, so now we are, as you can see, we got our search, and it's bringing back everything with what we expected. And then our categories are working now. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the filter didn't. It only had the names. It didn't have the category. I don't think. All right. So then, oh wait, I just had a default. I forgot. So I wired it up with the default. getting ahead of myself. I wired it up with the default just to show you with the bond, like that it's gonna use that query just to show that the proof that it's gonna work. Uh, so look, I removed that in, and this is what we got, which is probably more results. Well, yeah, definitely gonna be more results. Okay, all right. So we'll move this back to our default. All right. So now that we got that, the next thing we need to do is go ahead and set this so that it updates every time our query runs, right? Or not query runs, but every time we use our query. So let's see. So now you can see by simply adding the query to our dependency where it didn't work right before that, it's working now, right? That makes sense. Any questions about that? No? All right, perfect. And we got all the code down. We need a little bit more time to get it. Nope. Okay, cool. All right. And it's that part, there's gonna be some times where you do things like that. Like for me, it seems like that would have been like something that maybe seemed like we were missing a step or something like that. But a lot of React is when you are setting up the foundation for it. Like I said, like I mentioned at the start, there's gonna be a lot of setting up, and then like once you get like your project set up, then a lot of the stuff is just smooth sailing from there, right? It's like if you're adding a new component, just wiring it into your existing infrastructure and then using those reusable components, because like you're gonna get to a point in a project where you have everything so set up to where like if you're doing a fetch call, instead of typing out the fetch call every single time, you're gonna have a component that uses that fetch, and you'll be able to bring that fetch in and use the data from that, or you use that bring that component in and use the data from that fetch to speed up the process. So there's some more setting up on there's like more setting up on the front end to save you a lot of time and to prevent errors and make your application more modular and able to like moving like the Lego pieces around and all that type of thing to be able to work at a more efficient and cleaner way, I would say. So just so we're not getting any issues with it right now, but just as like a housekeeping thing, go ahead and add the empty array, just like so if anything for whatever reason we were to get an issue, this also would have like if what is it? So like if we were to get so anytime we get a falsy value from this one, then it's gonna default to the empty array. So we still would have got the same issue with the incorrect URL I had, but if we get like a um what is for instance we were for some reason whatever got like an empty string or something, right? Then it would just default to an empty array, so that way uh is not messing up our expected code or anything like that. All right, so I just wanted to show that real quick. Any questions about that, about how we're querying? It's pretty straightforward. So you can was the word I wanted to say? Oh yeah. Um, so I guess we can get back to more like working on our application. So you can continue styling the search input. And then if you can, instead of just like oops, yeah, that's what I was looking. Like instead of just doing like the empty array and just returning nothing, if you do get an empty array, you can do you can implement like a message to say like, hey, no results returned or anything like that. And then there's also, if you wanted to play around with it, we also have Lucid React, which I want to say I don't remember in regular. Let me see. Let me see. In regular. Okay, arrow up. A arrow up. Let's see. So we may. I forgot to double check before I left that in there, but because sometimes, well, I know it next, Lucid comes bundled in with next, uh, with the React icons. We don't have them here. Okay. So I did confuse myself and I forgot to double check. So that's my fault. But um if you get enough time, I'll share the link the in the Slack and you can not try, you can implement this into your project so you can import it. You just go to just follow the guide to install it and then what yeah. But then we'll just continue on working on so you can implement the handling the if you don't get any results back, style a search, and then you can continue doing what you were doing earlier with just your general styling. And then if you have any questions or need help with anything at all, just let me know. And then you can, like I said, just get comfortable like working with the application. So if there's some things you want to try, feel free to try them. This is the time to do because like if you want to try, if you're trying something and you need help with it, just let me know and I'll help you with it. That's what I'm here for. Any questions before we get started on that? No? Okay. Well, if not, I'll let you get to it. I'll be here. If you need anything at all, just let me know. I'll check in with you periodically, make sure everything's good. Sounds good? All right. Awesome. Okay, just wanted to check in, make sure everything is good.
So far, so good here.
Okay. How about you? Anything?
I think so far so good as well. I've gotten a search bar and I'm trying to figure out how to do where to put an empty state message. Um
Mhm.
so yeah, so that's what I'm
All
puzzling
right.
over currently.
Okay. Well, if you need any help with anything, there's not really a wrong answer per se, but hey, just let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Of course. See you soon. Okay, just wanting to check in again. How's everything going?
It's going good. I've added quite a bit to my project, and I'm honestly a little bit afraid to add anything else because I don't want to break my code at the last 30 minutes of class.
No
Um,
worries.
do you want me to show what I have added to mine?
That that would be awesome.
Okay, let me do this.
There we go.
Okay, so I did add a modal where I can bring the recipe and steps up. It just pops out. And you can even click on the image to make it open instead of just
Okay.
clicking the view recipe spot. And
Nice.
then I did add a drop down so that you can search by specific things like an ingredient or a category or what you've rated it before, because I, of course, added ratings too. So you can add a comment and say if you liked it or needed to add something. And then you can save it and it will show the most recent rating and keep a history of the comments so that you can know if you added something different or if you make an alteration to the recipe, you've recorded what you've done differently so that if you want to make it again, you have that note. Um, and then I did add the loading spinner, but it's not there unless, obviously it's loading for some reason. Um, I added, oh, the icon. So if I search something that I know is not in here, there's the broken
Mm,
search icon. But
okay, nice.
that's where I'm at right now.
Nice. I like that. Cool.
Okay.
Y'all be making quick work of it, don't y'all?
I had to get creative, I'm not
Uh,
gonna lie.
Nice. I like that. Alright. And then everything's going for you. Sorry, I can't even talk today. Everything's going good for you too.
Yes, I was not nearly as efficient as Elizabeth was, but I can share as well with, let's see what I've done so far if you want.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I was kind of on the same track of like thinking it would be
Mhm,
nice to have the recipe as well, but I didn't get nearly as far along. But I did make
mhm.
some little buttons that don't go to anywhere. It does. I did make a little spinner thing,
Nice.
and shortened that to 1 second because it was driving me nuts with it being longer. Um, and then I made a little search bar up here. There's something funky going on with my, alignment. Like this needs to be pulled up or this needs to go down, but I'm not sure how. And then,
It could. Oh, sorry.
oh,
I was
sorry,
gonna
no,
say
you go
I
ahead.
I did add those grids last minute, so it could be something to do with the grids as well, throwing it off a
Okay,
little bit.
okay,
Uh, on the mill, I think I put it on the mill list component.
okay,
So
okay, okay. That's good to know.
yeah.
And
Sorry
then
to
I
interrupt.
was, oh no, you're fine. As you can see here, I was trying to figure out where in Tarnation to put the empty state, the message thing,
Mhm.
because that's pretty much just stumping me right now is where exactly does
Yeah.
that go? So yeah, that's
Gotcha.
what I
Okay.
got. Okay.
Okay. Absolutely. And then if you want, I could help you with the empty state right now since we're
Okay.
here.
That sounds fine to me, unless
Yeah.
Elizabeth has got something. I don't want to be all, you know.
No, go right ahead.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to go ahead and share then again?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So So we could go down to where we're rendering our list in the first place. Okay. So we do have that what was it? Yeah, our conditionals, right? So we're rendering these based on whether we have our our different states, right? So if it's loading, it's going to show that it's loading. If it's so then once it's done loading, it's either going to show an error, like it's doing a conditional should rather show an error or our mills list. So it kind of goes back down to because what I mentioned earlier, we could have all these conditions and then be rendering them uh be rendering them have like all these nested tertiary comments. So another thing that we could do is because there's a couple ways you could do it. We could add another condition to this. It just looks a little chunky to where instead like where we're showing the mills list, so like we could do a check to show if mills is equals 0, then we could have it to where it's either if mills equals 0, then it'll show your empty state, your what you are wanting to show for empty,
Mhm.
or um actually showing your mills list. Let me show. Another
Okay.
trick. I didn't show this one. Let me see. Oh, oh, let me get my screen situated. Hold up. Now I gotta. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this real quick. Okay. Okay. So, because I mentioned that we could handle this like outside of our return statement. Um, so that is a possibility. So, one thing we could do is where we at? Okay. So it depends. So like I said, a lot of times you'll see where there's like the use states that are at the top, and then sometimes you'll see like the use effects are a little bit different. Depending on who you talk to, they might have all their use states at like following their use state. They might have all their use effects following their use state, or they might have it where they're going through and then like they'll have a use effect for like a fetch and then their logic after that use effect, stuff like that. So it depends. So don't worry too much about how it's like organized right now. But for instance, I could do a what is it? Okay, I can do const show mills. Yeah, so I'll do a const show mills. And then what I am wanting here, so like I said, we could have that ternary operator right here, but we can also just do it in a like a variable as well. So instead of doing that, so I can do uh um let's do this. If oh wait, where's our oh, it's because I act like I don't know how to code. Or it could be error. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. That's why. So you do the arrow function, and then I'll actually replace. So I'll make this an arrow function. Sorry, my monitor is acting weird because of the zoom, I'm assuming, but okay. Uh, so then mills dot. So this is just one way to handle it, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I do not know what's going on. My screen is tearing up on me. And, let me stop screen sharing and then share again. Because it's like so bad. And it was fine. Okay, are you able to see my screen again? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this is one way. So this is like you can do it as a as function. So we're doing like the mills equals 0 return uh so you can even like do JSX. You can even return JSX, right? Um so this for just very basic. And then if not, then we can do the mill list. Okay. So, and then instead of returning a mill list, we would do show mills. Oh, oh, I know why. Have I made it a, uh, showing mills? Make sure we got that. What am I messing up here? So we got our show mills. I'm returning my show mills. It should put up. Where am I messing up here? I doubt it's this one. Descendant error. Oh, duh. What am I messing up here? Here's another
So,
rookie mistake.
Derek, I put mine in my meal list .jsx. So
Oh,
that way it would
mhm,
pull that search error if it wasn't the right search credentials from the list. I don't know if that
got you.
helps.
Like in the actual the mill list JSX.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. No, that is definitely a right way to do it for sure. Oh, I done lost my button.
Good to know.
Huh? Yeah. No, so what? Oh, let me see. Let me put this in cloud because though there's I feel like I'm because I know there is so usually you could just do where are we at? I'm in there, yeah. So I'm gonna take advantage of my resources because I know I am making a rookie mistake because you can generally do a variable and then declare it like that. Uh, and then it will return that the conditional for you. But I'm thinking it's because the way I'm doing it is with the function. That's why. Okay. I knew. So, okay. It was a rookie mistake and I didn't even catch it. I looked at the brackets. I didn't catch it. So it's already in brackets. So I don't need to put brackets, put the show mills in brackets. So that's what it was. So that well, I don't know about show, but so we got the show mills. Um, and then let me see, cause that's still not working. I did. So I know I got our show mills. We're showing our mills. Let me see. Oh, cause it could be. NIR properties undefined reading map. So mills. So it's the way our mill list, even though I want to make sure we got a mill show mill list. Let me see. Because it's giving that error, that map error. So it's something to do with the data that the it's trying to map through. So one thing I will do is let's see where the error, if we can trace it back, mill list body. So 39. So it's when it's trying to call this one, So we'll see what the error is, what we're getting. So we're getting our data back. It's an array, so we're getting an array of objects back. But for some reason, Mills does not like it. Is it? Oh, is it that? It was supposed to be Mills. It was a typo. That was my issue. I was missing a S. Okay. So I just wanted to show the troubleshooting process. 'Cause like I said, even now I make a lot of rookie mistakes sometimes when I'm getting ahead of myself. Uh, but yeah, so it stemmed from me having it in those curly braces, and that's a common pitfall as well. Sometimes you'll like add like a variable or a function or something to it, and then you will end up a adding like the curly braces, forgetting that it's already in curly braces. I do that sometimes. And then so this was one way. Oops, get out. This was one way that you can do it. Like I said, there's no specific right or wrong way. There might uh be, depending on who you talk to, a more efficient way to do things or a better way, but it depends on your personal preference, what you like. But this was just a show way that you can, like, if you're starting to notice that like these are starting to get in that territory where they're like requiring more than a few conditions, you can start doing those conditions in like functions or constants like that, or even the way uh Elizabeth handled them, because you can even handle that. You can definitely for sure handle that inside the mill list component, and that's probably the way you'll see it the most, is it being handled in what's going to be rendering that list. So if we're rendering a list, but our list isn't going to show, typically you're going to handle it in what's supposed to render that list, if it makes sense. So I imagine a little bit your list was, when it pulled the mills in, it was just evaluating the length of the mills, like the mills dot length, and then if it was zero, then you would just right off the bat return that no items or no recipes shown. Uh, not error, but component, I guess.
Yeah, so right underneath my spinner, I have it
Hmm.
as the colon error question mark, and then I have the P error. There was an error loading the meals, and then it pulls meal list meals equals curly brackets get filtered meals, and then the query that I searched by, so that it tells
Gotcha.
you can view what you search. Oh, well, I typed in steak, but it's under category and it should have been dessert, or it should have been vegetarian or whatever. So
Gotcha. Okay, nice. So, uh, I don't, if you notice, like, because one thing that, like I said, I know I'm trying to give you, mm, what's the word? More, like, have more, give y'all more hand in working with this, because I want you to be able to like have some lead in a direction where it's gonna go. So like if you notice today, the demonstration code that we were showing was some of the stuff we were going to be using, but like this is an app. It wasn't necessarily in the components that we were going to be using. So we had to go in and we had to tailor it to our components. So I'm kind of wanting us to get in that mindset of being able to take the code, see what it's supposed to do and implement it into what we have existing. So like if you're working in your own code base, you'll be able to see something, be like, okay, this is what I need to do to make that work in mine. So so I'm trying to work towards that. So you'll be having like more. That's why I'm giving us more time so I can help you with these things as well. But you'll be able, like, I'll give you the tools and then you be able to implement those tools into your own like uh code for the most part. So I know it's gonna be a little bit more. It can be a little bit more intimidating, but and it can seem like it's gonna be a little bit more work. But it's just kind of giving you that real world look because a lot of the times, like even like in a documentation, you'll see they'll give you example code, but I don't want you to think like, okay, I got to use the example code as is. You can tailor it to work for you, right? So that's what I want us to get in the mindset of, realistically, and pushing us towards that. So if you are taking some creative liberties and doing things slightly different, that's perfectly fine. Feel free to do that from here on out. And we'll be definitely doing that a little bit more as we go on, but especially once we get to next, which is um basically the framework built on top of React. So it'll just be like learning our quirks and that type of stuff. So you'll be able to take what I tell you and like some of the demonstrations that I show you and then apply them to your own code base. And then, like I said, that's what I'm going to be here for is to help you throughout that. And then, were you, Laura, were you done with that code or did you still need it?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Sorry. I forgot to ask before I continued on. But I hope that makes sense because it is, is React's cool, but we are going through kind of a lot. So, yep. All right. Any questions? Any other questions? Anything else that we can address? No? Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'll leave y'all to it for the rest of your Saturday, and then I will be sending out the homework. Um, we are going to, so next, over the next week, we're going to start implementing React Router, which is a tool for navigating pages. So like you can have different web pages. So um like Elizabeth, you be able to take your instance, you be able to have your modal, but you also be able to take it to a new page and then and that type of stuff. So we're gonna be working with different pages, and then we'll probably be introducing TypeScript next week, depending on how we're feeling about everything. TypeScript might be a little tight squeeze. It was originally planned for this one, but it might be a little tight squeeze for React or at least so or it might be a week forward thing. So we'll see how we're feeling and then we'll go from there. But TypeScript is pretty useful. But outside of that, if you have any questions whatsoever, if you're working on your project and even if you're working on something on your own, like you decide you want to add something and you're trying to troubleshoot something or you're having issues with it, feel free to reach out. That's what I'm here for. Uh even as you're exploring different things, trying out new things, that's what I'm here for. Uh, and then I could, here to try to help you with that as well. But other than that, have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, you
Thank you
too.
so much.
Of course. Of course. Of course. See y'all on Wednesday.
Bye.
Bye.